if there was a
Switching hats.
the things there.
I've learned this the hard way. I'm going to be.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then we'll
Yeah, no, go down to the left, one of the left three.
Okay, then me. Okay, so you'll take artist class.
Okay.
Okay, further.
I mean,
Good. Yeah.
Wait, watch out. Narrow. We'll do pictures. All right.
We'll sit down and then.
Yeah. For when we Test. Hello. Oh, it works. Amazing. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Stone. I'm the volunteer president of World Space Week Association, and I'm thrilled that you're here. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this global networking forum. And the subject is communicating space to the general public in a big way. How do we do that better? What do we say? And I am so honored to introduce our moderator. Artie Holomeni is the director of the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs in Vienna. So please welcome Artie. Thank you so much.
So I'm just going to say, sitting down, I'm delighted to be here. My thanks to World Space Week and all our colleagues for inviting me here. Great privilege. This is a topic that doesn't really get enough attention. We always know that we have to raise awareness about the power of space and the transformational difference that it can make to people's lives. Yet we don't talk enough about, are we doing a good job? How can we do better? And so on and so forth. Storytelling is extremely powerful and everybody loves it. You don't have to be a child to love stories. You can be captivated by people, stories of people's journey, how they wound up where they are, and each one of our panelists here has such a journey to tell and such a story to tell. So thank you so much for joining me. We have Dennis Stone, of course, from VAST and from World Space Week. You established World Space Week such a long time ago, and you're... yes, I know, but you've been...
Credit where credit.
But you've been a driving force and you've been a president for a long time, and I think it's a great platform for us to we should do more during that week together, really. We should really make more about it. There's a lot of different initiatives that happen in different parts of the world, but as the United Nations, I think going forward, we definitely want to work closer with you to make sure that people understand it is World Space Week. Why, and why does that matter? Okay, so we have Dennis, we have Candice Johnson, chief architect behind SES back in the day, but still holding such an important role in with so many different hats, Candice. And then we have Philip Planthold from Spire. Thank you for joining us. And of course, Camille, Galactic Girl. I don't know if you know her as Camille Bergen or you know her as Galactic Girl, but Camille, you have played such an important role in conveying the benefits of space and the importance of space, not just to younger generations, but to so many people around the world. Thank you all for joining me. I would like to invite each of you to actually just start with your story. Why is this important to you? How did you get into this? Why do you care about the storytelling part of space and World Space Week? Yep, please.
I'm going to stand back up.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes, yeah. We have like 5 minutes. Yes, Artie, so let me just take a few moments to tell the story of World Space Week. And there we go. It's wonderful when technology works. This is wonderful. So World Space Week was indeed declared by the United Nations General Assembly in 1999 at the recommendation of Unispace 3 in the Vienna Declaration. And you see a whole article of the Vienna Declaration, Article 2, recommended that the General Assembly make this declaration of October 4th through 10th as an international celebration of the contributions of space science and technology to life on Earth. We were doing something called Space Week separately, but when this happened, we met with the UN in Vienna and said, let's join forces. And so, the result is World Space Week, October 4th through 10th. Part of the story is the concept of a media event and its efficiency in reaching the public. Have you heard of Earth Day? Yeah, everybody's heard of Earth Day because they've been so successful. Many different environmental organizations, even though they may have different agendas and be talking different things the rest of the year, come together for one day each year and talk about the common ground they share, protecting the Earth and protecting the environment. And it's a media event. You know about it because you read the coverage, right? So space needs its Earth Day, and that's what World Space Week is. It's a time when organizations all around the world, individuals, teachers, and so on, can talk about space in whatever way they want. And when we all sing at the same time, our voices are louder, punch through the media, reach average people everywhere, reach students everywhere. So it educates the public about the benefits of space, and it stimulates the workforce of tomorrow, about studying STEM, demonstrates public support for space, and promotes, of course, those who are involved. So there are many, many, many benefits, and they reach a wide variety of audiences. The general public, students, decision makers, and so on. And these are all pictures from different World Space Weeks over the years. This is the 25th anniversary. The first one was in 2000. Last year, World Space Week just ended a few days ago, October 4th through 10th, and we're still counting, right? Last year, there was over 16,000 events reported in those 7 days, or at least that began or ended, if there were long events during World Space Week. Hundreds of thousands. We don't know how many people attended, probably millions. Some years we've reached over 1 billion people, not we, but the celebrants of World Space Week together have reached over 1 billion people, according to the monitoring services that we keep an eye on, about World Space Week. Sometimes people don't hold events or go to events, they just tweet, or they talk about their views on space, and put in that hashtag. So people are aware of it, they want to participate from wherever they are, and we're excited. And we have thousands of event holders, anywhere from teachers, aerospace companies, astronomy clubs, space agencies from all around the world. So it's, let me just go back. We don't have our final slide, but if you go to our website, you can see what was happening last week. We have our highlights posted. It's the time when we really need to, again, get together, talk about the common ground. We have a theme each year. The theme this year is space and climate change, and we'll be announcing our theme here shortly, but for 2025. Or should I be announcing it now? I don't know. It's living in space, something that we think is the future holds for many. How many people were there in space one day this year, like 20 or something? It's going to be more commonplace, and it's also, again, an inspirational theme. Teachers can use it to excite young people to be part of this great revolution in space, living in space, of course, and helping sustainability of Earth as well. So that's what World Space Week is about. I invite you all to be part of it next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. It is actually amazing. When I used to go shopping with my kids already 5 years ago, you could go into H&M and see a whole array of hoodies and T-shirts with space on them, NASA on them, and all kinds of things. Yesterday, walking around Milan, we walked past a vitrine with space dreamers. So it's really the thing. We have never been so fashionable as we are now. Let's hope that the benefits of this, we can actually help them filter down, go beyond fashion and filter down to people in the global south especially. Okay, Philip, can I invite you to please give your short presentation and tell us about your journey? Thank you.
I'm very happy to do that. So I'm Philipp Plantold. I'm leading one of the business lines of Spire Global. And for you who don't know Spire Global that well, maybe, or don't know it at all, so we're like a satellite end-to-end or like full spectrum operator. We operate 100 satellites. We have launched 185 to date. We are not talking satellites. We're not looking satellites. So we're not like OneWeb or Starlink. We're not like Planet or Maxa. We're listening satellites. So our satellites listen to different radio frequencies. And our strong purpose of those data we collect from those constellations is obviously downstream services for climate monitoring, but also to increase efficiencies in industries like the aviation industry or the maritime industry. I think what is a cool story about Spire is when the company was founded around 13 years ago, we thought we would be an integrator and just use the different like manufacturer of nanosatellite technology to integrate and focus on downstream services. But what we realized at that point, the industry was not ready, the supply chain was not ready, so we actually integrated it ourselves and built it from the scratch and in-sourced everything. And we're a little bit like kind of a AWS setup there, because we built it for ourselves, then to do our downstream services, weather, aviation, maritime, and then realized we have grown quite some capabilities and have had strong technology learning curve over that, which allowed us then to help other companies to go into space and have obviously successfully established now a business line called Space as a Service, where we help other companies to get their missions into space, either with hosting their payloads or helping them with end-to-end mission design and mission operation. Spire owns the satellites and operates the satellites, so it's really end-to-end. We have a ground station network around the world. And obviously, we feel very privileged in having a big impact on the space industry, particularly when it comes to like climate monitoring, and we do a lot of missions in that respect. I would like to invite you to listen or to watch with me a short video we prepared. If we could play that, that would be great. Thank you.
That was brilliant. What strikes me is that you can watch a space video and have all of the excitement and urgency when you're watching a launch, and yet you can have this serenity, or you can be moved. I mean, there's so many different emotions that space is able to generate. It's truly amazing. Anyway, okay, Candice, let me come to you. Candice, long journey, hundreds of stories to tell. Which one are you going to share with us today?
I'll share. First of all, it's lovely to be here, and Artie and colleagues and my dear friend Dennis. So I'll share the beginning, which was in 1957, And it was indeed when Sputnik got launched. I was 5 years old at the time. I was living in Paris at SHAPE, Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers Europe. My dad was doing telecommunications for NATO. And for Christmas that year, I got, 5 years old, I got a little toy Sputnik with Santa Claus inside of it to put on the Christmas tree. Now this has been on my Christmas tree ever since. And people come from all over the world to see this little toy Sputnik. Now, I will talking about education and the World Space Week, because I'm very proud to be the vice chair. When I was 10, my dad was working at the White House. And so you have, fathers, now today it's mothers and fathers, and then it was just fathers would come and talk about what they did. And so my dad was working on the Apollo mission for President Kennedy, and he did the first satellites in the United States government, and then the first private satellites with Western Union. And, but at that time, it was 1962, and he came to my class and he said, we will have satellites for communication, for education, for entertainment, and 1962, and when we have wars, we will have wars in space, and we will have peace on Earth. Now, of course, unfortunately, we do have the wars in space, but we're also still having the war on Earth, so we have a lot to do. I would like just to kind of fast forward, though, because I explain my life in space as having first used space to provide universal access. So with SES, it was satellite television when we first started it in 1983, if you can believe this. And then with Teleport Europe, which I started, and 99% got bought by L'Oréal, but I kept 1%, so L'Oréal Teleport Europe. It was for satellite telecommunications between the East and the West in Europe. 1994, when I started I was on the founding team of Iridium, and that's how I got to know Jennifer. And, talk about universal access when Katrina happened and the tsunami happened. Iridium was the only communications platform that could save those people, and I'll never forget that. And then, just recently I started, 12 years ago, Oceania Women's Network Satellite to bring high-throughput broadband internet to all of the islands in the Pacific with Pacific. And now, you're accessing the universe. So, with the Earth observation, with climate, etc. And I actually, with the James Webb Telescope and the fact that we are now being able to see the origins of our mankind, I really am talking about not new space, not old space, but one space that brings together deep space, near space, and the Earth and the planet. And all of this is really, we must never forget that all of our work that we are doing in space is for Mothership Earth. It's to make a better planet and for our humanity. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Candice. And there is a lot to be said for the legacy knowledge and what happened in the past. How did we get where we are? So I'm very glad that you're still active in the sector and that we can still hear from you and learn from what happened before. Thank you. Camille, let me come to you. You have found a way of combining outstanding brains with amazing charisma to really, become an exceptional influencer. Now, tell us about how did you transition into communications? How do you craft content that is substantive yet engaging? And how do you navigate the algorithms and make sure that you're actually going to make a difference with what you do?
The algorithms. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. My voice is a little bit gone because I partied too hard at Yuri's night last night. But so you might know me as Galactic Gal, or you might know me as Camille. Either one works. But I am a science communicator or a space influencer, if you will, to use that language on social media. I have a background in aerospace engineering, and I went to school for that. I started my career on Orion and worked at a couple of different space companies, big and small, and realized once I got to the real world that it was not what I was promised in college. In college, you're doing math and you're learning, all these equations, and you're learning the physics behind everything. And then when I got to the real world, for good reason, obviously, we are so advanced today that everything is done on the computer. And I did not want to code, and I did not want to do CAD. And so I was actually going to leave the industry because I thought that that was the only thing that I could do with my aerospace engineering degree. And so I was working at Lockheed Martin at the time, and I went to an amazing mentor, and I told him, hey, listen, I've heard of this thing called business development. It seems really like nebulous, but I've also been told that it takes 10 years to build a technical background before you can go into business development. And I am the most impatient person in the world, and I wasn't going to wait that long. And so I was like, I guess I'm just going to leave and do something else. I don't know what I'm going to do because I just love space flight. But okay, bye. And he's like, no. We'll help you get into business development earlier. And so I did, literally just 1 year after graduating college, because again, I'm very, very, very impatient. And I realized in that role that I have this unique ability to tell stories, but I also have a background in technical, aerospace engineering. And so that in business development helped me, of course, bridge that world, right? Bridge the technical world with proposals and selling things to this new commercial customer that the space industry was really starting to think about in 2018, 2019. And at the same time, around 2020, SpaceX launched Demo 2. And it was COVID, I was bored at home, and I was like, I'm gonna tell all my friends about it. And so I'm just gonna post on my personal Instagram and use a few hashtags and see what happens. And that turned into over 500,000 followers today talking about space. And I just think that's so cool that there are so many people out there and so many more coming every single day, just wanting to learn about space and wanting to be part of this industry. And so actually earlier this year in February, I transitioned full-time to my space communications and helping people understand not only what we're doing in space, but why we're doing it, and breaking down those stigmas of, it's a billionaire space race, and we screwed up Earth, so now we're going to leave and we're going to go to Mars, and maybe we should let them go to Mars, and I don't know, hopefully we'll be able to fix Earth too. And that's a really bad problem for our industry. Everything from getting new talent into the industry. We all know we have a STEM shortage, and it's getting worse. And we also know that the next generation cares so much more about our planet than ever before. They're also the most impacted. And so a lot of Gen Z, Gen Alpha now want to work in industries that are seen as sustainable. Not necessarily the most sustainable, but the ones that are seen as the most sustainable or the most impactful to life on Earth. And space has historically not been seen as that. Well, if we want to do more technology and we want to create new satellites that look back at Earth and do all these sustainable things, we have to be able to tell the stories that are about sustainability and how much we are improving life on Earth by looking at our planet from above. And so that's what I'm doing now, and I think I got totally lost on your actual question. But the algorithms, going back to the infamous algorithms. So we all know that media and everything is sensationalized now, and the crazy things, an asteroid's gonna hit Earth, or Elon's going to Mars, whatever. Those are the things that make headlines. Those are the things that go viral. But it's not always about going viral. It's actually most likely not about going viral. I've gone viral a few times, and I don't recommend it. It's very overwhelming, and it's you get the bad sides of the internet. But working with the algorithms, because unfortunately that is the world we live in, is really important to figuring out how do we reach new people, how do we tell the stories that we need to tell so that we can get more people into this industry and more funding and more political support.
Thank you. Excellent. I want to stay with you for just a second. Sure. We feel like if we want to communicate, we need to reach the youth. For me, I think one of the priorities is really embedding space into policymaking by design. We need to influence policymakers. Do we need to rely on the youth to do that? Is there a smarter way? What advice would you give space professionals on better communicating?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think that youth need to be part of the conversation in more ways than they are right now. I mean, I look out right now and I don't see a lot of young people in this room. And I'm definitely the youngest person on this panel, which is amazing. And thank you for having me. But, I think, again, it goes back to the next generation cares so much more about our planet. And I think everyone in here cares a lot about our planet, right? But from a broad, global, the whole generation, they care about it a lot more than other generations, I believe. And again, we're also the most impacted by it. And so I think bringing new perspectives into the room and bringing them in a way that it's relatable, so it's not seen as this old industry that isn't willing to change, but rather this new, exciting industry that can really change humanity, and being really relatable to younger people and helping bring them into the conversation so that we can have their perspectives and how they're impacted and how they're feeling about things. I mean, for example, Hurricane Helene just devastated my hometown in North Carolina, Western North Carolina. And I remember when I was 4, we lived in Florida, which is how I got into the space industry. That's another story for another time. But my parents wanted to move because they said, I don't want to live where there's a hurricane evacuation route. And now they live in Western North Carolina, and unfortunately it was devastated. And so, telling these stories of like, hey, I'm really impacted by that. My family was impacted by that. How do we reach those people and bring them into the conversation as well?
Gosh, shocking indeed. We see the changes from when we were young. I mean, we see the changes from when we were young. Here we have a young person talking about the changes from when she was young, which is actually not over such a long period of time. So that's powerful indeed. Thank you. Dennis, coming back to you. World Space Week is wrapping up today, I suppose, 18th of October?
No, the 10th.
Oh, sorry, wrapped up on the 10th of October, okay. Space and climate change was this year's theme. Now, I hear a lot about the number of events that are happening in Pakistan. I had the CEO of Helasat reach out to me and say, look, we really want to make a big thing out of this in Greece. Will you come and support us? How do you actually reach out to people? How do you engage with people in so many different corners of the world for this?
Oh, it's not easy. We use social media. In fact, we started using it in, I think, 2013, and we saw this huge spike in the number of events. So we found that was very effective. So it's kind of a bottoms up, where we reach people who follow space. We reach teachers who follow space by having, like in the United States, the National Science Teachers Association or NASA send out notices to their teacher lists. We work, top down, thanks to your office and the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, by attending their meetings and talking to space leaders, encouraging them to celebrate World Space Week in those countries. And we're just amazed at the result, the diversity. We have videos of tens of thousands marching down dirt roads in Bangladesh, holding World Space Week signs and wearing World Space Week hats. And they don't even have a space program in Bangladesh, but celebrating the potential of space to help their developing nation. It's amazing what results from this. And we're so pleased the space community as a whole celebrates space together in this way.
But let me stay with Bangladesh for 1 second. Hang on, Candice, I'll bring you in. How does that happen? How do they even know about it? How does it happen that people are walking down the streets wearing World Space Week hats in Bangladesh?
In all these places, there's usually a driving force behind it. In that case, it was the Bangladesh Astronomical Society. Yeah, and their leadership. And I think one of them owned a print shop, so they printed out the signs and the hats and things and organized a rally and had speakers. It's great to see how people use local resources.
Yeah.
And, and now they can download materials from the internet to help. And sometimes they have to translate them. There's some challenges, but they love space and they find a way to do it.
I'm going to stay on your Bangladesh example for 1 second, because one of the things that one of the case studies, my favorite case study I'm always talking about is the Friendship Floating Hospital, an initiative supported by SES. Candice, I'm coming to you in a second, which literally, it's a ship which you can do operations on it, has doctors, it has nurses, and they literally sail the coast of Bangladesh, which has innumerable fjords, and you have poor and isolated communities who generally don't have a GP. We all have a GP. We have a doctor who follows us, who knows how we're doing from one year to the next. These people don't have that. But thanks to this floating hospital, which is connected by satellite, they're able to have some continuity of healthcare, get diagnosed for diseases that they would otherwise never even know that they had, and have some kind of treatment. I think it's amazing. But I bet you the people who are walking down the streets in Bangladesh have no idea. Most of the world has no idea, but already in the country itself, they may not know how their communities are benefiting from it. So here you go, back to storytelling. Candice, let me bring you in on this issue. Tell us your thoughts, share your thoughts with us on this issue.
On the issue of inclusion
on the issue of how we reach out to different communities.
Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, I was going to share that, of course, not only do we have a need to educate young people and teachers and people from really all walks of life, but I'm also the chair of Seraphim Space, which is the world's largest space fund. And so, at this august age, I get to, instead of having to do all of the work of the entrepreneurs, I get to invest in them. And it's really wonderful because we do invest around the world, and we invest in so many companies that are using space data, be it for insurance, be it for climate, be it for agriculture, be it for the oceans, be it for, the medicine, be it for the rising temperature. Space touches every single one of our lives. And in fact, I don't know if it was you, RT, but we were together, when Clay Mowry talked about the SDGs, so the president of the IAF talked about, the SDGs, and he said, well, why isn't there one for space? And there's this little block, and it was because he was told that space touches all of the SDGs, and it really does. But I am very, very proud to say that also, Seraphim, so we are celebrating, World Space Week. And we are sharing this with our investors, because we have investors also from all around the different walks of life. We have investors who are normally pension funds, who are investing in heavy machinery, who are investing in digital, and they don't know that much about space and how it affects all of our lives. And so the World Space Week is a very, very good way to share that. I will, since you did talk a little bit about SES, I talked a little bit about Iridium with Pacific Oceania Women's Network satellite. This was a group of women in the Oceania Islands that we got together because they needed to have, a high throughput broadband internet for schools, for villages, for governments. And so, we get such a kick because these people would not have education on these islands like Vanuatu, like Tonga. We provided the communications for all of Tonga twice when their fiber optic cable, went down. But I'll share the story of SES when we first got started, as I say, 1983. And, you know, I'm an American. And so when we did the footprint, and that's the beautiful thing about space, is that there really are not boundaries. So when we did that first footprint, we did it for all of Europe, East and Western Europe. Now, of course, in 1983, there was a line that was drawn right through that. And everybody said, Candace, you know, you're crazy, and, you know, why are we spending our bandwidth on that? And because I had that story from my dad that we would have peace on Earth and that we would be using satellites for that, I said, no, we have to do it. We launched on December 13th, 1988. And 11 months later, the wall fell down, and everybody in Eastern Europe wanted to have Western television. And we were able to put then the signals for their countries onto our satellite as well. And, you know, and then when I went with the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, he was getting a little bit old, and we went to Prague. And, you know, instead of looking at all of the wonderful architecture, we were just saying, wow, look at all of the dishes for satellite. So, you know, I've seen so many things in life where satellites have been the most important element. So.
Thank you, Candace. Thanks again for that. Okay, Philip, let me come back to you. We hear a lot of people say, you know, there's so many problems on Earth. Why are we investing so much money in space? And that comes from the lack of understanding of the transformational power and the relevance and importance of space. What is the hook, in your view, to really engage policymakers who don't yet understand the benefits of space and technologies?
Good point. I think, and here again, what ties in nicely what you said about, like, you know, the publicity and what bad news are good news, and like, I think, you know, we use space data every day, be it for GPS in our phones, be it for our weather forecast, be it for other services, but still it's science, and it's not exciting and doesn't make the news. But I think we as a space industry really need to get way better in making sure people understand what we do already today and what heritage we have already. But exactly, we need to also show the value we're bringing. And I think the space industry, you know, that's a business to government, business to business industry. But the climate change and us becoming a sustainable generation, that's an us problem. That's not a B2B or B2G problem. And I think here we really need to drive change. And we really need to make sure that the leaders of the space organizations and the space companies rethink how they spend their time in talking to the public and being available in social media nowadays, and make sure really that message is sent. And I think I see the transformation is happening already, like thanks to social media being already like so much more present in our lives. But I think we still have way more homework to do in making sure we send those messages out. For me particularly, like, I work for the aviation business line, and I think with aviation we have a huge challenge to overcome. You know, today aviation contributes to around 2% of the global emission. And who came by plane here? How many people came by plane? So look, like, and the organizations we work for, there wouldn't be the same type of organizations if we wouldn't have air travel. Like, that's just a matter of fact. But it's predicted that by 2040, the CO2 emissions, with all the efforts the aviation industry is putting in already, will be 40%. Oh, sorry, 25%, 24 to 25%, sorry. And can you imagine how it will feel if you use a mode of transportation which accounts for a quarter of the global emission? Like, and here we need to make the story clear that the space industry can help that industry dramatically and more efficiently use the airspace and be more aware of where inefficiencies are. And I think, yeah, that is a hook. And I think we need to work on it, but it only will work if we all collaboratively work on it.
I have the impression that we spend too much time as space people speaking to other space people, and that we don't get out enough. I mean, there's great events like IAC. I mean, we're all having a great time. We're doing a lot of networking. We're meeting old friends. We're doing a lot of businesses happening here. But there are so many space events, and not enough space engaging with the other events. I went to COP and I participated in a Space Leaders Summit, but it was space talking to space in the context of COP. That happens in so many different events. How do we overcome that? Just give me your 2 cents on that as a, no, I want to stick with you, Philip.
Yeah.
As a company, talk to me about that.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's difficult. You know, of course, you could see and try to go, okay, like should we go to the Olympics or should we go to some other events and be present there? And I think that's probably the right thought process we should have. Where are we not visible, and where can we interact with the communities which care for the climate and which we need to understand what we are doing? I think hopefully it's also like I see a lot of young people joining Inspire which have no background in the space industry. They come from complete diverse industries, some as an apprentice and study while they work with us. And I think it will already help that it's not only astrophysicists which work in the space industry, because then if you're an astrophysicist, you probably be prone to meet with other astrophysicists and talk about your business. But if you're like someone who has maybe a different, more diverse network, then you will talk about your job and other people will learn and hear like, oh, wow, that's interesting. And I think I see that happening already, that the silos are breaking down a bit, but again, we need to accelerate it more. And I think obviously using platforms which like this to discuss it and say like, okay, where else should we go? Where else can we be present? Where else can we make our mission and vision visible to the people who care for the climate?
If I may, it is also not only a question of speaking to certain people, it is also a question of changing the message. When we first started SES, we had a lot of hurdles. I mean, it wasn't even allowed to have a private dish, much less a private satellite system. But every single conference that you would go to, people would show an uplink station and a downlink station and the satellite. What we showed was a screen of 16 different television channels. Freedom of choice. That is what we sold. And when we sold, when I sold, services from Teleport Europe, it wasn't, oh, well, we're going to put a two-way VSAT here because you can have communication. We said we will enable, in particular, the East European countries to have flourishing businesses. So Renault, Amway, the hospitals, they were all using our two-way satellite communications to be able to, to do their business. And that was the important thing. So I think it's the way that you communicate as well.
I agree, and I also think it's a question of personality and people, and we really need to find our best communicators and storytellers and put them out there and let them be the voice. You made me think of a couple of incidents in my previous life when I represented the satellite operators, and I remember distinctly writing a document about the impact of satellite services, satellite communication services, and one of my members said, "You haven't mentioned the word satellite once." And I was like, yeah, because we don't need to. I was like, no, you can't have, an association paper which doesn't even mention the word satellite. And I think that was probably the first time I questioned, am I in the right place? And I'm glad I'm in the UN now, because that works really well. So going on to you, Camille, I just talked about personalities and people. You have been very bold in some of the posts that you make. You're not shy, and you get away with it because you're young. You're not shy in calling out the issues and forcing an honest conversation. That's what I'm all about, and I appreciate that. But how do we balance political correctness, responsible communication, and getting to the truth? Just give me your 2 cents on that.
I have way more than 2 cents on that. But, I think it's not being afraid to say the hard things and say what we're all thinking about. But a lot of people aren't willing to say it, or are scared to say it, or are in an organization where they're not allowed to say it. So bringing in independent conversations and independent personalities, as you mentioned, and thought leaders. Being independent, I have a lot more ability to say those kinds of things. But obviously, I'm always thinking about like, okay, how is this being perceived, and who's watching it, who's seeing it, what platform am I posting it on, what audience am I trying to get to? But I think it just comes down to like, being honest about what kind of change are we trying to make here? What kind of conversations are we trying to have? What conversations do we really need to have by listening to, other experts in the room and all the conversations we're having? And so, as a science communicator, I really excel in synthesizing. I can be in a room full of 100 people and listen to all of their different problems and then synthesize down to, okay, I think it's really X, Y, and Z. Now let's go out and have a conversation about that.
And if I may, just to, it's very important to correct falsehoods. About 2 years ago, Fortune did an article. At first, they wanted to do it just on me, and I said, no, let's get 10 wonderful women space entrepreneurs into this article, and we did. It was fabulous. But at one point, the journalist said, well, what is the driver behind the space industry? Is it space tourism? I said, oh my God. And so it took about 3 days to really explain to her why it wasn't space tourism, to give her all of the examples how space makes for satellites, for the education, for the poverty, for everything. And but you do have to sometimes correct falsehoods as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I call out a lot of falsehoods. I try to be as respectful as possible because you can't just tell people that they're wrong. They're not going to listen to you. And obviously, correcting falsehoods online, if I'm responding to somebody and they're like, okay, for example, they're like, oh, Elon, Starship sucks, blah, 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 why are we doing this? And, I'm going to respond to them and be like, no, actually it's this. And like, this is why it's really important in a very, educational, factual, take out the emotion way. It's probably not going to change their mind, but people do read replies. Actually, a lot of time, I think a lot of people will consume the piece of content, whatever it is, a reel, a thread, whatever, and then they're going to be like, oh, I want to learn more. I want to know if this is real. I want to know what other people are thinking and if experts are weighing in. And there's so many people like me and science communicators online now that, and journalists and everyone online who's like, I'm going to respond to this so that other people can read it and be like, oh, okay, thank you. I have a better informed opinion now because an expert weighed in, and they can go and see my blue check mark and see my profile and see that I am an expert on this topic and not just talking out of my butt about it.
To add on that, I think that's also I see that with Spire, for example, because I was wondering, well, how can we afford to have a brand team, which is also focusing on not branding towards the business side of things. And I think, yeah, exactly, that's why. Because when those comments are coming, we need to focus on how do we respond to them. They're not comments from our customers about our services or about our capabilities, but about the general public's interest in what are we doing here, particularly when it's funded missions. And I think here also the rethink needs to start that you need an entire department of brand and social media experts in your organization focusing on this customer base, which is not your direct customer base, but the end customer base.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I know it says 12 minutes on there. I've been told that we need to leave time for other matters. But can I just wrap up? I want to thank everybody on the panel. I want to thank you for having been here. For me, the purpose here is really about people. It's about people and changing their lives and improving their lives in some way, thanks to the stories that we tell about the impact that we make. Yeah. So I hope that you enjoyed this discussion. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you very much, Artie. Do not leave the stage, and all of you do not leave the hall, because we have two very special presentations to make. And for the first one, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Warren, who's with Lockheed Martin, Vice President of Global Affairs and Public Policy. Jennifer, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Dennis started his comments with a look at the World Space Week's themes. I'm going to go back to 2021 because it was a really important theme then, too, and that was women in space. And at that point in time, Lockheed Martin's Civil Space Business Executive Lisa Callahan was serving as honorary chair. And so we wanted to continue to recognize women's contributions to human spaceflight. And so on behalf of the World Space Week, this lapel pin of World Space Week Association was actually flown in or on Orion in NASA's Artemis 1 mission. And so we wanted to present this to the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs so that it could be on permanent display, not only to recognize women's contributions of the past, significant contributions of the past, but also we hope to inspire women and men's contributions to the future for human spaceflight. So thank you very much. And Artie, may I present this to you, Madam Director? Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and it's amazing. Things flown in space. Someday we're all going to have many things flown in space, but it's so special right now. The last thing we want to do today is something very important, some more presentations. And for this, I would like to invite Candace back up, and we're so pleased that she's joined our board of directors and has been elected as deputy chair of our board. And we want to do just a brief ceremony to thank those who have really helped make World Space Week possible this year. Candace.
Well, you know, I am absolutely delighted to be here. And, you know, Jennifer and I have known each other for all of your life in space. I start a little bit earlier because I'm a little bit older. But it is so great, and Artie and I have, you know, bonded a relationship. And, you know, there is something great about women in space, too. So it's my great honor to, you know, to honor those people and to thank and recognize those corporations that make the World Space Week, you know, so important. And, you know, throughout this lovely global networking forum, you know, we've heard powerful insights about the importance of awareness of space activities and of communication platforms in bridging the gaps between space and society, especially through longstanding outreach organizations like the World Space Week Association. And our honorary chair, Peter Platzer, unfortunately, his daughter, 10-year-old wonderful daughter who I know very well, is in the hospital with pneumonia. And so he could not be with us today. And he asked if I could, you know, do this ceremony of thanking all of you, which I am very happy to do. And he's incredibly, you know, thankful to you. So I would like to call out the stellar sponsors of World Space Week 2024. And those are Lockheed Martin, Spire, Viasat, and Eutelsat. And I believe that, should I now ask them to come up? Or? Yes, exactly, one at a time. So may I please ask Jennifer to come up for Lockheed Martin.
I'd like to invite Alma Okpalefe, the Executive Director of the World Space Week Association, to come join us. Be careful here.
That would make news.
I'm also the stagehand.
All of us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Great.
Stars in your eyes.
Thank you.
You all have a perfect space now. Yeah, just stay there. And then I'm delighted to also ask Nathalie Lettieri. Is she here from? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, excuse me, Natale Lettieri from Eutelsat. And I would like to invite Philippe back to Philip back to the podium. Oh wait, yes, Philip Planthold from Spire. So he will be representing Spire as our sponsor. Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. Awesome. And I would also like to, here again make a special thanks to our partner, UNOSA, the Women in Aerospace Network Europe, and the Asteroid Day Foundation for their support. We have so many people, who are really, really supporting us, and it's so wonderful. And we would also like to thank our planetary sponsors. Do we have a representative from Airbus here? Okay, thank you so much for all of your help. And you know what? Let's make this right. Come on. Yeah. We have to do it right. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. We're invited to be on the board. Yes, absolutely. We're happy to have you. Thank you. And I'm also delighted to thank our planetary sponsor, also VAST. So, Dennis. Yes. Thank you. And we're also delighted to welcome or to thank our education partner, SLO. Are they here? No? No, okay. They sponsored the online telescope licenses to World Space Week and selected educators this year. So that was absolutely lovely. And I hope I have thanked everybody. But I would also, I would like to thank all of you for being here and for your dedication to bridging the gap between space, society, making this one space that I was talking about. And it gives me great pleasure to announce the honorary chair of 2025, so next year, who will be Robert Lightfoot, who is the president of Lockheed Martin Space. So we are absolutely thrilled to have Robert as our honorary chair. Honorary chair is very important because they tell all of their friends that World Space Week is great, and they get everybody involved and engaged. And, you know, this is the 25th anniversary, or will be the 25th anniversary of World Space Week, so it's very, very exciting. And I do want to also just express a personal note of gratitude to Dennis Stone, who's just been absolutely amazing. So Dennis, congratulations for all this hard work. All right, now let us go forth and do good.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So we are about to start the next GNF on the full value chain of space investing in Europe. So I would kindly invite everybody to either have a seat or quickly leave the room, because we really need to have to start now. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this GNF dedicated to the value chain of space finance. It is a great pleasure to have with us experienced professional from a sector that plays a crucial role, not only in the global economy, but also in the daily choices of millions of people. Every year, we, as Foundation Amaldi, we organize this event during IAC, and this year, as was the case in Paris, the location gives us the chance, the opportunity to invite representatives of the entire innovation finance value chain, from technology transfer to private equity, including business angel, which I represent, from the host country, Italy, to give their opinion on what has been done and what is still missing for the space market to mature. In fact, space finance is today more than ever at the center of a deep transformation, from the technological innovation that are reshaping the landscape of launcher, satellite and STEM technology, to the challenges posed by regulatory changes and geopolitical evolution. The role of space is attracting increasing attention towards the sustainability of the ecosystem through responsible and fruitful investments. In these 50 minutes, the 50 minutes that we have ahead of us, we will listen to the views of representatives of the Italian value chain and discuss with them the main trends that are shaping the sector, and we will delve into the challenges and opportunities that await us at national and European level, of course. It is therefore with pleasure that I welcome Claudia Pingue from CDP Venture Capital, Matteo Cascinari from Primo Space, Michele Gallo from Alcedo SGR, and Giorgio Mariani from Deloitte Legal. So let's start with let's start with a brief presentation from each one of our speakers, starting with Claudia.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Hello, everybody. I'm Claudia Pingue. Currently, I'm a venture capitalist, mainly investing in deep tech and space tech startups. Basically, I've been working in the tech transfer sector for almost 20 years. In fact, after my degree in electronic engineering at Politecnico di Milano, I started working as a researcher in the same universities. And at the end of my research activities, I founded my startups. Then I managed the business accelerator of Politecnico di Milano. So basically, I was involved in supporting other researchers in creating their own startups. And then now I'm the head of Tech Transfer Fund in CDP Venture Capital. CDP Venture Capital is the biggest Italian venture capital company, mainly promoted by our government with the mission to boost the Italian ecosystem. And the Tech Transfer Fund is about a 400 million euro fund fully dedicated to investing in startup companies deriving from university and research centers. That's all. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Lorenzo, for the invitation. Well, I'm too old to talk about what I did in my life. So I'll tell you what I'm doing right now. I'm general partner together with Raffaele Amaro and Giorgio Minola of Primo Space Fund, which is a venture capital Italian venture capital firm investing only in space. We invested in 16 companies, 11 in Italy, 5 out of Italy. Ticket size is, the sweet spot is 1 million, 1.5 million. The smallest investment was 300K. The biggest one was 5 million for the first installment, then follow-ons. And, well, basically, this is what we do.
Good morning. Thank you again, Lorenzo, for inviting me. I am Michele Gallo. I am a managing partner of Alcedo. Alcedo is a private equity firm based in Treviso. We are active in growth buyout investments in Italy. We are one of the most long-standing teams in private equity in Italy because we started investing in Italian SMEs in the late 80s. Today we manage 400 million asset under management. We raise money in Italy internationally from institutional investors, and then we deploy the capital investing in Italian SMEs with a high growth potential without a specific sector preference. Let's say we are a generalist approach. We invest in companies in all the sectors in Italy. And we are starting looking to the space economy because we see that there's a space that is not covered by any institutional investor following the VC, the early stage phase of the company. So we are here to start covering a gap that we have identified.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Giorgio Mariani. I'm a global head of M&A for Deloitte Legal. Deloitte Legal is the international law firm within the Deloitte network, covering more than 60 countries and with 4,000 lawyers. In my 25 years of career, I've been spending a lot of time in private equity and venture capital, and my last passion is space.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So let's start. We have 44, almost 44 minutes ahead. Let's start with the first question. Facing with the first problem, I mean, the first question is going to touch the heart of what fuels the path from idea to innovation, technology transfer. And it is probably one of the two biggest problems in Europe, not just in Italy. So I leave the floor to Claudia, asking to give to our audience an overview of the national panorama. What are the main Italian assets to develop startups and venture capital in the space sector, provided by GDP?
Thanks, Lorenzo. Yes, well, I really believe that Italy is the right place to develop deep tech startup in space startups for many reasons, but especially because we have competitive assets both in research and in manufacturing. For example, in the space sector, we are among the first country in Europe for our research results, for our scientific publications, and our researchers are among the most cited in the world. And on the other end, we are the third country in Europe for in-space manufacturing. In Italy, as of now, we have more than 4,000 companies active into the market. And basically, those companies are covering the entire aerospace supply chain. And it's very important because that means that we are able to industrialize our tech ideas, our patent technologies. And so I really think that the biggest opportunity in the next years for space sector is to transfer our best minds, our technologies from our labs to market through the creation of startup companies. And it's really important given that the space sector is gradually open its door to private company, and those companies can bring effective innovation into this kind of market. But we have a problem, of course. And in fact, as of now in Italy, just 10% of all the Italian startups have been derived from universities or research centers, while in the most developed ecosystem, this percentage has risen to 50%. And again, last year, about 100k euros have been invested in Italian space startups. So I think that we can do more and better. Basically, as GDP Venture Capital, we think that our strong research, our strong know-how, our strong assets are not still properly converted into value for our society, for our country, due to a lack of, first, money, of course, because to transform an invention, to transform a patent technologies into a suitable product for the market, you often need a lot of money, especially in the space sector, even before the startup is incorporated. So there is a long way to do. And second, you have a lack of skills, because most of the time researchers need complementary skills, technicians need complementary skills to create successful startups. So as CDP Venture Capital, we are working on it. We have, as of now, we have 5 billion euros of asset under management. Those money are organized in different venture capital funds to cover the entire life cycle of a startup. We are specialized in specific tech sectors, and for sure space tech is one of our target investment area, in which we are carrying out different investment activities. For example, we are active with tech transfer initiatives, with acceleration programs, to strongly support the pre-seed and seed phases of our ecosystem, but we have also A+ and late-stage funds to support the scale-up phases. So basically an end-to-end approach to try to boost the Italian space ecosystem.
Thank you, Claudia. Matteo, you are clearly the second guest we want to address our next question. As we have heard, you are like GP of Primo Space, launched in 2020, but was preparatory activity began a few years earlier. Since it's an early stage fund, you are also the perfect guest to address our in-depth analysis. Many things have changed in 4 years, since 2020. And a lot, quite huge lot of operators are now on the market, but especially in the early stage sector. And all this has been possible thanks to the activities promoted by CDP. But I would like also to collect your opinion. So what is the current state of not industrial, but also financial policy to foster the development of European space economy?
Yes. Well, first, just a joke, Claudia, for the audience. Claudia is part of CDP, which is our main LPs. So if you're saying that we have to invest more, tell your colleague to give us more money. We are going to invest more. But jokes apart.
Private money.
You're right. Not an easy game, but we're going to try. We're going to try. Well, the story, when we started, as you were saying, in 2020, but we started to study the market back in 2018. And at that time, and also when we started, so 4 years ago, we were the first and only at that time European, in continental Europe, VC investor specialized in space. There was Seraphim before us in the UK. So in less than 5 years, 4 years, now there are at least 5, 6, 7 specialized investors in space all over Europe. Then many other investors that are investing in space. So the scenario has changed a lot. But as you were mentioning at the beginning, most of the players are focused on the early stage phase. So we are experiencing in our portfolio some problems because those companies that do need a check of 10, 15 or 20 million, they do not have investors enough to talk to. There are now the European Commission do know very well this problem, so they are trying to put in place some actions to fill the gap. Somehow the gap has been filled because there are two main players, Expansion and New Space Capital in Luxembourg, that are investing in the Series A and Series B phase. So there are some investors, but still very few. So this is a gap that must be filled. And as I was mentioning, in our portfolio, we have a wonderful company, especially one, a Spanish one, that is asking the market for 15, 20 million, and they're struggling since 1 year probably they are going to close right now the round, but it's has not been so easy. It's been very difficult. So this is a gap that we must fill. Another example is the Orbit. Sorry for talking about an Italian company in an international audience, but the Orbit is well known internationally, for sure in Europe. For sure is the Italian champion within the startup field, let's say, and for sure is one of the main champions all over Europe. As somebody knows, they closed the round recently, 150 million round, so a huge round for our market. And the main investor is a Japanese company. So I think there's something wrong. I mean, there should be an Italian or European investor to lead these kind of investments. Again, there's something that has to be done. In my view, probably there has to be, I mean, there should be a financial policy, I mean, real policy, driven by institutions that try to shape a little bit the financial area, so keep on pushing on investments. I totally agree with Claudio. We must invest more and more, not only in Italy, but all over Europe. As you probably know, 70% of investment in space are coming from VC, venture capital. This is not the case in Europe and in Italy. So again, we have to fill a gap in that area. And I think this should be made also by some European centralized policies that can incentivize this kind of shaping of the market.
Thank you. So to close the arc of investment, equity investment in support the aerospace world, Michele, the interest of private capital operators towards the space economy has changed over recent years, taking into consideration your personal approach as a private equity operator instead of VC, so with a completely different approach to risk. And if so, how and why?
Yeah, thank you, Lorenzo. Yeah, the answer is yes, absolutely. The interest of private capital investors in these recent years has changed dramatically, in the sense that the interest has grown at dizzying rates in the recent years. A simple way to understand why, I read a phrase coming to this venue on a wall where it was written, "This is not rocket science, this is space science." That is a very simple phrase, but is summarizing what has happened in these years. Space economy is no more seen as a far world of astronauts, rocket scientists, but it's more and more seen as, it has been defined, as the hidden utility that is underpinning our daily lives and economies. And this is mainly due to those 5,000 satellites that are flying above our heads, with a direct impact in our daily life, and also with a fundamental role in helping us in tackling the great challenges that we have for the future, the reduction of the carbon emission in the industry, the digitization of economies, preservation and protection of environment, simplifying the logistic flows. And this is something that is having a direct impact in our lives and our economy. And this has obviously increased the interest of private equity, private capital and private equity investor towards space economy. I read some statistics coming here from Deloitte, from PwC. The global space sector today is worth $470 billion globally. 77% is in commercial application, and it is growing. It is an expected growth for next year at 11% at least. Investment by private capital investors in this recent year have been, we can say, only $47 billion in 600 companies all over the world, in all the three segments of the space economy. Upstream, 22 billion, midstream, 5 billion, downstream, 20 billion, particularly in Earth observation, satellite navigation, and satellite communication. Looking at deeper in this statistic, we see that these 47 billion were shared by less than 600 investors, and 63% of these investors were new to the space sector. And they included 13 out of the 15 largest venture capitalists and 8 out of the 15 largest private equity firms. So this really means that something has changed. And what has changed? Simply has changed the risk-return profile of the space economy. Space economy was, a few years ago, an economy rated with a very high risk profile, dedicated to specialist investors and strongly subsidized by governments. Today, more and more private capital investors and private equity investors, because VC have already understood this much earlier than us, but we are starting understanding this, are more and more considering space economy as a real space to invest for having interesting returns in a limited time horizon that can be 4 or 6 years. That is the typical holding period of private equity firms. I totally agree with you. There are gaps to be covered, not only in the seed and in the early stage phase of life of a space company, but even more in the following phase, to accompany companies that are exiting from the early stage to a level of maturity in preparation of further growth step. That can be the IPO, that can be the access to a large industrial group. And we are here to start covering this gap.
Thank you. So it is clear now that there is an elephant in the room, so the lack of private investors, but I want to address now Giorgio. We collect a number of opinions spanning from TT to private equity, and you act as a connective tissue and are at the side of companies in negotiating the contractual terms of investments. So take into consideration that the world is full of financial resources, and sometimes it is difficult to allocate it, no? And we are suffering a lack of resources as a space sector. My question to you is, it is maybe depending, it is because of a wrong timing of companies, entrepreneurs to seek for financial resources, or reformulating it, when is the right time for a space company to seek for a financial investor, and why entrepreneurs are sometimes reluctant, or maybe it is because they are reluctant to open their capital to financial investors?
Thank you, Lorenzo. So the two matters are indeed intertwined. A simplistic answer to the first issue could be when they need the funds to launch or expand their operations, but that would be indeed too simplistic. The reason to find help from a financial investor lies in many different angles, including when you're stuck with your strategy, when you have no clarity about your go-to-market, when you don't know who your clients are, and you need more than money. You need a combination of money and advisory experience, and also the ability to open doors in the space environment at the level of the biggest corporation, but also in the financial environment at the level of the banks or financial institutions. So what private equity and venture capitals do provide is so-called smart money, a combination of these two items. Now, sometimes entrepreneurs make recourse to venture capital or private equity too late, sometimes too early. If an entrepreneur doesn't know who the clients could be, what countries they should be investing in, what market they should be trying to penetrate, they will leave a lot of questions for the venture capitalist or the private equities fund to respond. And in a way, they will lose bargaining power in the negotiations. So why they should be reluctant. They should be reluctant or they should be concerned when they have no clarity in their business plan, in their go-to-market, in their offering. Because in that case, the financial investor might take advantage of the situation and say, since you have no clarity, I will retain a bigger portion of the governance. So this could be one area of concern for entrepreneurs, having very clear ideas before addressing financial investors regarding go-to-market, clients, expansion strategy, and generally speaking, strategy. I met many entrepreneurs with brilliant ideas, brilliant products, brilliant surveys, who never posed themselves the right questions about all the other areas. And these, of course, make them weak in front of the financial investors. Okay. The other reason why sometimes entrepreneurs are reluctant to have a partner is because they are concerned about the exit plan of the partners. We know the financial investors have to make an exit, and this has to happen sooner rather than later. Again, there are many ways, though, to discuss how to better conceive an exit strategy. So I do not think this should be the reason of concern that prevent entrepreneurs to make recourse to this kind of financial operators, including, and we will speak more about that later, the possibility to combine different instruments of financial intervention, from venture capital, moving to private equity, moving to IPOs. So there is a variety and a range of instruments that can be used that should pose the entrepreneurs in the direction of expanding their business without having too many concerns about governance.
Thank you. So you and Claudia both underlined that there is also an issue related to learning and knowledge related to investments, kind of financial culture that should be increased at any level. So, coming back to Claudia, it is a light and shadows of panorama, of complex path, of course, and I want to make it simple because it isn't. But which are the specific things that GDP is doing, which is your vision on that, to gap the bridge between research and market? It's something that you mentioned before, and I said is one of the biggest problems at European level, no? Because one of the most active, we have one of the most active researchers and high rate in research or academia ratios.
Yes. Well, I can share what we are doing with our tech transfer fund. Basically, we have two different investment strategies because, as you have heard, we have a problem in each stage of investment. So we decided to approach with two investment strategies. The first is the direct investment. So we basically invest directly through technology transfer hubs in the first phases of the tech transfer process, where teams and techs are generally still in the labs. So basically, technology transfer hubs aims at speeding up the creation of new space tech startups, starting from the main research outputs. In fact, technology transfer hubs are, generally I say, are innovative infrastructure made of money and skills that have active collaboration with the most important research centers and universities to strongly support the pre-seed and seed phases. Basically, those kind of vehicles, of investment vehicles, invest up to 2 million euros for projects. just to give researchers, allow researchers to carry out the feasibility studies of their technology and to spin out their ideas in a real company. And on the other end, we invest indirectly with the traditional fund of funds, technology transfer fund of funds, basically to consolidate the venture capitalists specialized in the same sector, in the space sector, and so also able to invest in space startups and make them grow. So basically, as of now, we have launched Galaxia, that is the first technology transfer hubs active in Italy. Galaxia has more than 30 million euros of asset under management. And on the other end, we are launching two different venture capital funds specialized in the same sector. And as of now, more than 25 million euros in the last 2 years have been invested, cumulative invested by Galaxia and the venture capital funds in more than 20 technologies and new startup companies. So basically, at the end of the day, we operate with a dual approach. On the one hand, we are trying to increase the number of space startups active in our ecosystem. And on the other hand, we are trying to increase the number of venture capital funds, of private venture capital funds that could allow, that could finance the most promising spin-off companies. That's
perfect, perfect. Matteo, so a lot can be done thanks to this public intervention, but cannot and should not do everything. As Claudia pointed out, at a certain point, we have to look at the market, including private capital. And I'm now asking to you, once a certain stage of maturity has been reached, someone should take over from public support and put petrol in the system. What is jammed in this mechanism? Because you are here to support this evolution, but you cannot do everything with your money.
Well, one of the reasons is the one that we were recalling before, which is the lack of a real policy from institutions that can drive and shape the financial private capital market. The lack of private capital market at all over. I'm not talking about Italy, I'm talking about Europe. For sure, I mean, in Italy even more. We don't have, well, in comparison with the US, which is the driver when we look at numbers, we don't have the same capital market. We don't have the same level of dynamic for companies to go public. Corporations, it's another part that we are missing a lot. I mean, there are some companies in Italy and all over Europe that are doing very well, but very few. Doing very well, meaning that they are investing in innovation inside. They are making, are making open innovation outside of the company. They are also sometimes investing in funds, very few of them. They are having some corporate venture capital inside of the firm. But again, these are some exceptions, so it's not normal. In Italy, even more, we have a problem in VCs, not space VC, but VC. There are very few money, so a lot of big, huge corporation institutions, pension funds and banks and so on, investing, having a lot of money under management, do not invest in VC. Again, not space VC, just VC. So we don't have enough private money injected in not only in the space but in VC and then private equity. I mean, all this kind of. I think in VC it's the worst situation because private equity started 30 years ago. So a problem is that we don't have a track record in VCs because VC in Italy is very recent. So we can't show a real track record, and investors which are risk adverse, which is another cultural difference, tend to give money to those institutions, organizations that showed a real positive track record. We don't have it, neither positive or negative. We don't have it simply. And another last topic for sure is space per se, because most of the investors consider there's a huge misunderstanding. When you say space to an investor, everybody thinks about astronauts, international space stations, constellations, rockets, and so on. And they think that it's very risky, that there's a long path to profitability, capital intensive, and so on, which is absolutely the reality. But this is the reality for the upstream area. For the downstream area, which is the main driver of the development of the space economy, not the space industry, this is not true. So this is a huge misunderstanding. We, on our side, are trying every day to avoid, but there is this misunderstanding. So risk adverse, lack of capital, lack of financial policies from the institutions, no track record. I mean, several reasons why the private capital market is very low. Again, not only in Italy, but all over Europe.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Michele, do you think that private equity could be an answer? I mean, the question is to make the hook closer, you know, it's something, if there is a risk-adverse approach, the question is to lower it, lower the risk level. And do you think that, what do you think could be the role of private equity in this mechanism, and in favor of a company operating in the space ecosystem, of course? And take into consideration also what Giorgio said previously, what are the timing and methods of this investment we, as space companies, we should know to interact, to work with you, or company like you?
No, thank you. No, as Claudia has said before, there are plenty of gaps that have to be covered. And for sure, this is the right time also for the entry of private equity in the space economy, not only in Italy, but at an European level, because the market is getting more mature. VCs have done their role. There's a wealth of companies that is growing up. Private equity comes a step behind the venture capital, as I said before. So for a private equity fund, a company can be an interesting target for investment when they reach, let's say, some figures, 10 million turnover, a positive profitability, around a 10% EBITDA margin, a leverage ratio not so much above 3x, and with strong growth potential. This is what we look for when we scout our investment targets. So we are not the guys to join a capital round of 200 million made by public and private investors. Private equity cannot play a role in this kind of investor, but private equity can play absolutely a role in a company that has a plan, has a clear growth trajectory, and needs a partner that on one side can bring money, can bring the capital, and on the other side can work together with the management teams, with entrepreneurs, to define the strategic plan and to implement it. Then we are a generalist fund, a generalist investor, so we do not bring a specific competence in any company that we invest in, because otherwise we should be expert of everything, no? But we have a specific competence in accompanying companies in their growth processes. And this is what we have done in these last 30 years in many sectors. So we work together with the management team, leaving them the daily activity, and working with them to strengthen the operational structure, defining a clear strategic line, defining the prioritization of resourcing, for sure granting an easier and wider access to capital, both equity and debt, pushing on innovation. Innovation is fundamental for a private equity fund at all levels, so innovation from products to process, and vice versa. So we work together with the managers to implement a growth plan in the view then of an exit that typically for a private equity fund is planned to come in a 4 to 6 year plan. Then the holding period can get longer considering the situation of the company or the market, but usually the average is between 4 and 6 in 6 years. So the ideal target for a private equity fund is a company of this kind that in a 4 to 6 year can complete a phase of growth that can lead to a further step. And the further step starts with the exit of the private equity fund. That can happen through different ways. Looking at the statistics that I was referring to before, for example, PwC has mapped 163 exits of VCs and private equity from the space economy companies. Since 2015, 43% were M&A takeover, means a sale to a strategic buyer, a bigger industrial group. 32% were replacement, so sale from a VC to a private equity or from a private equity to a bigger one. And then 25% were IPOs. And for sure, IPO is an interesting exit route for companies held by a private equity. And this is the exit that we typically pursue during our investments.
The real question is why you're mentioning my competitor statistics and not mine.
In fact, I was worried about that, but I didn't find a Deloitte statistic on this.
Could have asked.
Your statistics are not trustable.
I was worried. I was unsure whether to nominate PwC.
But you said something very interesting. Of course, the big absentee of this panel is the banking system and the whole world of the debt financing. Next time, we'll try to resolve them, even if we cannot organize a panel of 10 people, 2 hours long. You said something very interesting because there are also examples of space startups in Europe that, having reached a certain degree of maturity, have opted for the IPO solution. Indeed, a couple of years ago, it seemed that SPACs were like the solution, the panacea, they're supposed to be the panacea of all the problems of capital system that struggles the growth of startups. So, Giorgio, taking into consideration your role, no? I guess that is a huge part of your activity to assist companies during their IPOs. What are the key differences between going public through an IPO and parting with a financial investor? I mean, it is a viable, doable solution for space startups for what you learned about the sector?
Interesting question. There are pros and cons in both. And when I talk to entrepreneurs, sometimes they tell me, oh, we would like to consider the IPO option as our first best because we don't like the idea of sharing the governance with a private party, and we don't like the idea of discussing exit methodologies. So we want to retain the governance, and that's why we're looking at an IPO. Now, again, there are pros and cons in both solutions. Private equity is true. They will retain a portion of the governance. They will have some veto rights, and they are aiming at a nice exit. So these issues are indeed on the table. At the same time, IPO is really a complex proceeding, and it has a number of layers of intricacy that perhaps are not always visible. First of all, the company needs a period of preparation because it has to comply with so many requirements, including accounting reporting that has to be made on a monthly basis in order to be able to provide quarterly or semestral reports. Plus ESG compliance, any other kind of possible compliance, continuous discussions with regulators. which entails having a structure and a number of bodies that will create bureaucracy, complexity, and cost. The IPO proceeding per se is remarkably expensive, something north of $500K up to a couple of millions based on the size of the company. And these are all the visible, immediately visible issues, right? Then you have to deal with a number of stakeholders. You have independent directors, statutory auditors, independent auditors, activist shareholders, very bad word for people that make troubles for a living. And we met one last night. And these, again, are almost semi-visible issues. Then there is a world of managing stakeholders and notably shareholders' expectation, meaning that whatever you say as a CEO may have a direct impact, whatever statement you make may have a direct impact on the pricing of your shares, which means that you need to be transforming yourself from perhaps a technical space engineer to somebody whose predominant occupation is to give statement, deal with the journalist, deal with the public, and having every day something incredibly exciting to say in order to uphold the value of your shares. And this entails a level of stress not all entrepreneurs are ready to bear. So we need to be very careful about what we wish for. The IPO still is a remarkable way to make a great exit, to raise fast capitals, to open doors, and to enhance the visibility of the company. But is it the first thing you should think about as an entrepreneur? Perhaps a combination of private equity to prepare your company, to structure your company in a proper way, and to start your transformation journey from a technical person, a business person, to a finance person. That could be a smart combination of tools. Let me just conclude saying that the European Commission is releasing a set of rules to harmonize and simplify the listing of medium-sized companies in Europe. It's called the Listing Act, and this will be a boost for a new wave of IPO. This is going to be in force in November, December, and will help dramatically middle-sized company to reach their potential.
Oh, thank you. It was an interesting discussion, which I invite those interested to continue offline with our speakers. At the same time, I invite you to consult the report that Fondazione Amaldi and the Room produce every 6 months together with the European Space Agency and the USPA, which is freely available at the Fondazione Amaldi booth and until 4:30 p.m. and in any case online on our website. Well, I would like to thank our speakers and invite the audience to give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. It's 1:45. Let's get this started. My name is Victoria Sampson. I'm the Chief Director of Space Security and Stability for the Secure World Foundation. It is my pleasure to welcome you all stalwarts who stuck around to the bitter end, the very last day, the very last afternoon of the IAC to attend what I think is going to be a really interesting discussion with some fantastic speakers here. We'll be looking at the intertwined relationship of space sustainability and security, how they're both needed to make space safe and predictable for all, which I realize is a mouthful, but I wanted to make sure that if there's one message that you were to take away from this conversation, it was the idea that you cannot have space sustainability without space security. You cannot have space security without sustainability. I admit I'm kind of biased. My organization, the Secure World Foundation, we're a nonprofit that focuses on the long-term sustainable use of outer space. So we promote best practices and norms of behavior to make sure that space is accessible to and usable for all over the long term. As such, we focus on sustainability. We just announced we have our second edition of our handbook for new actors in space. Out there, it's available for free on our website, identifying if you want to launch a satellite, here's sorts of things you need to know. As well, I'm the co-editor of our Global Counter Space Threat Assessment that looks at open source, unclassified information about counter space capabilities around the world for 12 countries now, but I think we'll be adding more next year. So I'm a little biased because that's my job portfolio, but I truly believe that you need a safe and secure, stable, predictable environment for all actors to continue to get benefits from space. So when we're talking security, it does not just mean military, it doesn't mean weapons. We're looking at a predictable domain of uninterrupted, uninterfered with space capabilities. As such, I think it has a really strong lens with space sustainability. Also, I'm here with my hat on. The head of the IF has a SIS agenda, sustainability, investment, and security.
To speak today. Such a pleasure to be here today to talk to you about this topic, which I agree, I think it's really important. My name is Almudena Azcarate Ortega, or Almu for short. I am the lead space security researcher at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. For those of you who are not familiar with UNIDIR, Conference on Disarmament, etc. And we also produce research that is freely available to anyone who might be interested in these topics. So I encourage you to look at our website and find out what we have out there. In terms of the relationship, should I tackle that already? Or yeah, okay. In terms of the relationship between space security and space sustainability, one thing that I have to say is that at the UN, we do very much like neat little separate boxes. So you might be familiar with COPIO as the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, which deals with the peaceful uses of outer space or space safety. That is unintentional, not necessarily human actions that could pose a risk to space systems. And then in the CD, the Conference on Disarmament and First Committee, we focus on space security, which is, intentional, harmful actions to space systems by humans. And we often perceive them as separate because they are dealt with in these separate fora. But the thing is, what I like to say is that these are two sides of the same coin. You need both space security and space safety to obtain space sustainability. So space sustainability essentially it could be defined as leaving space as well as you found it, or even better than you found it. So ensuring that your space activities do not impede these space activities of others, both in the present and in the future. And so space security is very much part of that. If you, if you threaten space services, if you disrupt or damage space assets, that space sustainability is going to also be challenged. And not just space sustainability, but also sustainability on Earth, because of how essential the services that space systems provide are for the prosperity of Earth. And at the UN, we have what you might know as the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and how, in case you're not familiar, but space technology pretty much makes every single SDG a little bit more accessible. So it's not just space sustainability that's connected to space security, but also sustainability on Earth. I'll leave it there, and then we can get a little bit more into it, but I'll hand it over to my colleagues here.
Hi, thank you again for having us on the panel. I do apologize that I am not Melissa Quinn. I am Carrie Mertz. I'm the Director of International Business for Slingshot Aerospace. Melissa was unable to make it today. So Slingshot is a space situational awareness company, and so space security and space sustainability are something that are very close to our hearts here. And one of the things that we really focus on is that it's really important for every space operator to have access to timely information on the movements of their satellites. And so we provide a free tool for all commercial operators to use called Beacon, so that they can manage their assets in space and have access to that information and make that information available to everybody, so that you're having more sustainable actions in space. And so from a security standpoint, space situational awareness is really important to make sure that we're not creating any more debris, because it can affect all of our assets that affect so much of our infrastructure, as you were just talking about. So that's sort of how Slingshot participates from a space situational awareness perspective.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Victoria, for inviting me to this interesting panel today. I'm very happy to sharing my view with you. My name is Aya Iwamoto. I'm Vice President of Strategy and Policy of Astroscale Japan. And Astroscale is a company headquartered in Japan with global footprints focusing on space sustainability. And I'm from the Japanese subsidiary. And as for today's topic, what I'm going to share today does not necessarily represent my company's view, but I'm taking the liberty of discussion at IAC to share of my view today. I hope some of you might have seen the time-lapse footage or images of the space debris taken from 50 meters away from our satellites at the booth. If you are not, I recommend you to go there and check it out. And obviously, ADR could contribute to remediate orbital environment, so it works for sustainability. And when it comes to space security, I know that there are some concerns of our RDO capability will be used for counter space capability, but also I think the images you've seen at our booth is, it's kind of the images that what normal people can get, what SDA means, or what we can see in the space. And then I think I'm very personally interested in some of people who are interested in space security knows that, verification issue has been like a roadblock for arms control discussion. So I'm very curious to know how these technological developments would expedite or move the arms control discussion in orbit. And so that's, to me, it's kind of the intersection of space sustainability and security.
Thank you. We're going to have time as a short panel. We only have a half an hour, but if there's any questions from the audience, hopefully we'll have time to get to them in a little bit. But I wanted to talk really with you guys about this. I know when we talk about space sustainability and security, oftentimes people think, okay, well, really, this affects only people or operators active in space or those who have strong space systems. And I'd love to hear the panel talk about how emerging actors can be affected by issues affecting space sustainability and security. Maybe Alba, Dana, you want to start with that?
Sure. Well, I would also extend that not just to emerging spacefaring actors, but also even those actors who are not spacefaring at all, because everybody is a stakeholder when it comes to space. So I think increasingly, states and other stakeholders are beginning to realize that, and they are becoming more actively involved in space security discussions in the UN context. As I was saying, space services are very much essential to human life on Earth, And for emerging spacefaring actors, they are particularly impacted by threats to the security of the space systems because they do not have the redundancy of more developed, more powerful spacefaring actors. So if they only have one satellite in orbit that provides services to them, some of which might be critical in nature, and that satellite is damaged, even if it's temporarily only, the population that relies on those services is not going to be able to rely on that through their indigenous capabilities. They might either be left without, or they might have to rely on a third party, which might not always be convenient. So they are very much impacted by space security issues, and that's why one of the questions that we get the most at UNIDE from these kind of like middle powers and emerging or non-spacefaring states is, why should we really care about space security issues when we don't really have that much stake in it? And it's actually, you do have a lot of stake in it. You should care. First of all, because if you're not there to advocate for your own interests and your own rights, nobody else is going to do it for you. And then we might have a situation like, for example, as we do with climate issues, where some complaints from states from the global south are, oh, powerful states came, essentially messed everything up, and now we have to deal with the consequences. And the second issue is that you should care, because you can be very deeply impacted whether you have assets or you do not yet have assets. You have to ensure that the space environment is maintained as a sustainable environment, so that you might in the future be able to increase your activity in space or start your activity in space. So yeah, they are definitely very impacted, and they should definitely be involved in these discussions to make sure that their opinions are taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Thoughts for the rest of the panel?
So I think one thing that's been really interesting to see is the shift on training and education on the emerging markets for space. And so shifting that focus just from a few elite understanding how space operates and being able to operate in space to a much larger community. And so we've seen so many more space foundation courses, both in universities, but also in militaries around the world, and space agencies around the world, and seeing so many more countries and people getting involved in space and learning how to safely operate in the environment. And I think that that's a really important piece of the conversation, and we're really excited to play a small part in that role as well.
Great, thank you. Aya?
I forgot your question. Is it why do?
How does the role of sustainability and security affect either emerging actors or
including commercials?
Including commercial, yeah.
So I think Almun touched upon emerging space nations. So I'm going to talk about the commercial actors, and it's really important to keep in mind that all actors share the same orbit in outer space, so we cannot separate territorial area like on the ground. So, and as Carrie said, if I correct your pronunciation, sorry. I think a commercial space actor have been voluntarily taking measures for space sustainability, taking more active measures for space debris mitigation or deorbiting measures. It's all great for sustainability, but what is common between space sustainability and security is both involves the concept of protecting space assets from threats or risks. One is for space security, protecting assets from sort of human-made or intended threats or risks to the space assets. On the space security, space sustainability side, threats and risks caused by unintended ones caused by debris. But all these two kind of create the same effects on space operators, if I make sense. So I think regardless, we are commercial actors working on voluntary measures or space sustainability areas, but at the same time, it's not enough to keep the space environment safe and sustainable for them. So of course, commercial space sector, there are limited things to do directly to do space security, but it's really important to keep an eye on what's going on space security area.
Right, definitely. I mean, I think the point that I'd like to make here is that, you know, space debris is agnostic in terms of who it approaches. It's going to do what it's going to do, and whether you are an ally or a rival of the entity that made that debris, that's going to be the issue there. As well, you know, every single person on this planet is a user of space data or services in one way, shape, or form. So there is absolutely an interest in making sure there's uninterrupted access to those services so that they're at times of need. I'd like to talk a little bit more about, you know, again, the role of the commercial sector. We touched about this a little bit, but how is the commercial sector affected by interruptions to access to space, interruptions to space security and stability? How does it respond to an unpredictable domain? Either, I'm guessing our commercial people would like to take that one first.
So I think
someone has to take it.
One example is the space debris caused by, you know, ASAT testing. I think still we hear news of, I think, collision risks caused by the space debris created in ASAT testing a long time ago, as well as the recent one. So I think space debris caused by ASAT testing definitely affect, and it could risk the entire satellite's risk as well. So I think that's one example, and I will pass it on to you.
So I'll say that with the increase in space debris, we're seeing that a lot more of the commercial assets have to maneuver a lot more to avoid collisions, either with other satellites or with these larger pieces of debris. And so the more that these assets have to maneuver, the shorter their lifespan is and the less sustainable their life cycle is. And so I think that's one impact that we've definitely seen with how much more congested it's getting up in space, both from a debris perspective as well as just from more assets in orbit.
Thank you. And this discussion of ASAT test debris leads into something I wanted to talk about as well. Again, the deliberate creation of debris is starting to be seen internationally as being an irresponsible act. Just because, again, even under the best case of circumstances, which I hope astronauts will be able to do, you know, to be able to remove debris, no one is saying, okay, I'm going to go up there and be able to remove 3,000 pieces of debris from an anti-satellite test. No one. That's just not something that people are going to think about. And so what you're doing is you're stuck with the debris up until it decides to deorbit itself and burn itself up in the Earth's atmosphere, which means you have no control, there's threats. The Secure World Foundation, as I said, puts out a global counterspace threat assessment. This is a very wonky thing to say, but table 5.1 is my favorite table in the whole book, because what it does is we track all the debris that's been created from anti-satellite tests at the beginning of the space age. So of that, there's been about 6,800 pieces of debris created from anti-satellite tests. Of that, about 3,500 pieces of debris are still around. Some of this debris has been around for decades. And the longer the debris is up there, the longer it's going to be there to threaten other actors. So one of the things we're really happy to see is there's been a movement lately by some countries to commit not to conduct destructive anti-satellite missile tests, largely because of the debris that's been created. The United States was the first to announce it. It's since been joined by 36 other countries. As well, the United Nations General Assembly did a resolution in December 2022 supporting this, calling for more countries to do this. 155 countries voted in support of this, 9 against, 9 abstentions. So that's a pretty wide variety there. I'd love to hear more discussions in the United Nations about the role of trying to figure out, okay, how you can responsible and irresponsible behavior and how that affects space sustainability and security.
Sure. So the responsible behaviors approach was born, it was actually not born in the space security field. People that do cybersecurity have been talking about it for a while. But in space security, it came around, I think it was in 2020 that the UK proposed a resolution titled Reducing Space Threats Through Norms, Rules and Principles of Responsible Behaviors. As you can see, we do like short, brief and catchy names at the UN. So through this resolution, which was approved by the General Assembly encouraged states and other stakeholders to share their views with the Secretary General on what they considered to be responsible or irresponsible behaviors and what they considered to be essentially the key threats to space security. And several institutions, states from all over the world, as well as governmental actors, including both UNIDIR and the Secure Law Foundation, submitted their views. And one thing that became apparent in this bottoms-up approach was that even though states might have different views on how to address space security concerns, whether it's through a legally binding agreement, a non-legally binding agreement, a focus on capabilities, a focus on activities, or whatnot, what pretty much all agreed to a certain degree is that we're concerned kind of about the same things. Debris is an issue that is very high on the list. Non-kinetic threats, they get a little bit less attention, but they also generate quite a bit of concern. So that initial approach to responsible behaviors was pretty successful, and it led to the creation of another resolution the next year to create an open-ended working group on, again, reducing space threats through norms, rules, and principles of responsible behaviors. This group ran through 2022 and 2023. It had 4 sessions in total, and although the group didn't achieve the consensus report that it was mandated to agree on, it's not, I wouldn't consider it a failure of a group. It actually really moved discussions forward. It was in the context of this group that the United States proposed this commitment not to conduct direct descent ASAT testings. So, and that was not the only issue that states agreed on. I think there was an approach definitely on the compatibility of different approaches and how different initiatives can actually work together instead of being conceived as mutually exclusive. And so those conversations were taken to the next process that we had, which just concluded this year, a group of governmental experts on further practical measures for PAROs, which actually achieved a consensus report. It's the first consensus report that we've ever had in the history of PAROs. PAROs stands for the Prevention of an Arms Race in Outer Space. We've been talking about this for over 40 years. So this is a huge success. And now we are about to have, I don't know if it's going to be 1 or 2 groups. One of them is potentially going to be on this responsible behaviors approach, which is going to focus more on the issues that were raised as important threats during this initial discussion, such as rendezvous on proximity operations. The issue of space debris is going to be further discussed. So it's moved the discussion forward, and I'm excited to see where states take this and what solutions can be found.
Thanks, Almu. Yeah, and I just wanted to point out the commercial sector has historically not wanted to get involved in any of these discussions, whether it's sustainability or security, just saying, hey, well, that's not our lane. You know, we're here to make money. We're here for, you know, a good time, not a long time. But I mean, I think that's really changed. Aya brought up the idea of the commercial sector trying to look at sustainability best practices. And about 5 years ago, it was wild, about 3 different industry groups came up with separate, but I think complementary space sustainability practices because they recognized that this was going to be an issue and that they wanted to be involved in it. Excuse me. As well, in terms of the security issues, going back to this anti-satellite test moratorium, a lot of commercial actors have actually talked about this and said, look, we think this is a good idea. We want to operate in this domain. We don't want to be interfered with. We don't want our investment to be lost by being hit by a piece of debris, whether it's created deliberately or not. So my organization, the Secure World Foundation, coordinated an industry statement of support, basically saying debris is bad, deliberately occurring debris is bad. Some countries have agreed not to deliberately make more debris through these tests. We support that. And actually, at this panel, both the commercial actors, Astroscale and Slingshot, signed that industry statement of support. And just really quickly, if you maybe either Carrie or I, if you could talk a little bit about why you thought it was so important to have a public statement about the importance of space security and stability as a commercial actor.
Sure, yeah. So from a Slingshot perspective, space sustainability is extremely core to who we are as a company. And so supporting that initiative was really a no-brainer for us. And we wanted to make sure that space will remain, useful for future generations for as long as possible. And I think that that's just a core principle of who we are.
So, of course, we Astroscale is developing technology to remove space debris, but then the best way is not to create debris from the beginning. And technically, there is no feasible or cost-effective technology to remove small pieces of debris. It's better to, if we talk about active debris removal, it's better to remove it like large pieces of risk of debris. So, yes, Astroscale is in line with the space sustainability, and also this, intentionally creating a space debris is no good things for our space orbit or space operators. So that's
Thank you. And right now we have 51 companies from 15 countries that have signed this. If anyone in the audience knows who's interested, please come see me. We have about 5 minutes left. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience. Oh yeah, there are. Okay, a very decided hand in the middle. If you could please identify yourself and your question. We have only 5 minutes. Let's be quick. Thanks.
Hey everyone, Emma Kerr, DSTL UK. I love the discussion on debris, don't get me wrong, but it was great to hear you guys talking about cyber and about non-kinetic threat. How do you propose to hold bad actors to account when attribution is so difficult?
Who wants to take that one?
I can try. Yeah, I feel like this is, so I'm an international lawyer, and I feel like this is the bane of every single international lawyer, like the issue of enforceability. So this is tough. I think when it comes to non-kinetic threats, especially, these are very difficult to identify. So I think for the purposes of verification, you're not going to be able to do it just with SSA. You're going to need a bunch of verification tools, including information exchanges, including, for example, all of those recommendations that were issued by the group of governmental experts on transparency and confidence building measures back in 2013, which dealt with communication, notifications, information exchanges, all that. You're going to need a lot of transparency to be able to create the climate where the norm is not just mistrust, but rather the norm is trust. And when you deviate from the norm, that's when you can point to, oh, this person might be doing something dodgy. We should look into it. So I think that's a first step. I think disclosing policies, doctrines, etc. of different states is a good way to achieve this. At UNIDO, we have a space security portal where we publish everybody's policies and doctrines. So we encourage everybody to get in touch with us for that, or to check that website out. Clarity in terms of the language that we use, clarity in terms of the interpretation of legal concepts will help to discern what is allowed and what is not allowed. And also, I think it's important that states call out behaviors that are perceived as either irresponsible or even breaches of international law. I think we have a really robust legal framework for space, and we often forget about it. So it's important to realize that the OSC is there to be used. I would love to see states reference the OSC's articles a lot more than they do.
Right, and then just going on the sustainability angle, I think a lot of times, I mean, it is best practice, I think, in terms of from a business model, from one of your civil space capabilities, from an academic viewpoint, like long-term, sustainability is going to be better for you. But there are costs, in the upfront. You have to build in cybersecurity practices. You may have to shorten the lifespan of your satellite just to make sure you can deorbit it at the time of your manner of your choosing, as opposed to letting it run out the clock. And so I think there's always going to be bad actors who want to save a buck. They want to save some money. They don't want to do this sort of thing. And that's where having an understanding in terms of what's responsible behavior, what the best practices from an international perspective is going to be very helpful. I think I saw one hand in the back. Yeah. And then really quickly, please, we're about 2 minutes left.
Thank you very much for a fascinating panel. The U.S. Space Force's latest space threat fact sheet underscores a number of issues, but mentions, quote, a very concerning ASAT capability using a new satellite designed to carry a nuclear weapon being developed by Russia. What can you tell us, and what can be done? Thank you.
You guys okay if I take that one? Okay. All right. So really quickly, Secure World Foundation, as I said, does a global counter-space threat assessment. That's actually harkening back to the beginning of the Cold War, when the U.S. and the Soviet Union were both looking at anti-satellite weapons by blowing up a nuke in space with the idea that EMP would take out satellites. Now, this is not something that Russia has reportedly has put in orbit. Supposedly, it's a warhead that's being developed with the idea that eventually put up in space. So there's time to have discussions about what, consequences of that could be, and to promote an international approach, reminding all countries of their obligations on the Outer Space Treaty. Article 4 is very clear. You cannot put weapons of mass destruction up in orbit. And then we have one last question in the back, please.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Roshan Menon, and space debris was actually the topic I did my thesis on at Leiden University. So this has been a very interesting panel for me. I am curious, actually, with the importance of SSA data today and how deeply it is connected to national security, do you see the sharing of SSA data in the future being something that states take the lead on, or is this something that companies are going to start taking more action towards? Thank you.
Let's hear what you guys think.
Yeah, so I would say that from a Slingshot Aerospace perspective, we definitely see commercial companies playing a larger role in SSA as we're developing more assets. I think that it's such a large problem, and so we all need to work together to provide as much information to as many people as possible. So whether that's the Department of Commerce Tracks program, or other programs around the world that's providing that information to commercial operators, I think it's really important that the most amount of people have access to that information.
Okay, well, we're about at time, but I'd love to give my panelists just 30 seconds. If you wanted the people in this audience to have one takeaway from your remarks on the relationship between space sustainability and space security, what would that thing be? And I'm going to go the person sitting next to me, Alma.
Sure. Thank you, Victoria. Great panel. It was a pleasure to be part of this wonderful panel, and thank you so much for the questions. So my takeaway would be something that I said at the very beginning. Space, sustainability, and security are not two things that are apart from each other. Again, I would define space sustainability as a coin that has two sides, one being space security and the other being space safety. And you do need both to achieve space sustainability. So you're not going to be able to have a sustainable space environment, and to a certain degree, not even a sustainable Earth environment, if you do not achieve space security.
So I completely agree with everything that you said. And then adding to that, I think it's really important that as we continue this conversation, that the most amount of people possible are part of that conversation. Like you mentioned before, whether you're an ally or an adversary, your actions affect everyone that's in space. And so the more that we can keep talking about the problem and have regulations that everyone will follow, the safer space becomes.
Yeah, adding on taking this effect of affecting everyone on space activities, I think if there's any no progress on security side, I think if the progress on space sustainability and safety side might have a good effect on security side. So hope that this interrelationship would have good virtuous cycle. Yeah. So yeah, that's my. But anyway, I think space security is not something that someone else's matters, but it affects all. So that's, I think, important takeaway from this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, just to underline the point, I think our behaviors affect everyone. And so the idea that actions you take can affect space sustainability, actions you take can affect space security, and then people completely unrelated can be harmed by these actions that hamper space sustainability and security. So it really requires a global approach to make sure that space is accessible and usable for all over the long term. So with that, appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking this panel for a fantastic discussion. Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of the IAC.